Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, we will return to Committee of Supply and re-invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development team from Region 2 to join us. Homeroon Supala. Honorable members, can we please turn to pages 338 and 339? We start the clock rolling at 2:07. Yes, it's hard to get the members back after lunch. Might be the chair. Honorable members, I invite you to pages 338 and 9. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 72, Region 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 721, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure. And I propose that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin.
Thank you, Common Chair. Common Chair, line item 6117, temporary employees. Could the minister explain I've noticed that the number of employees moved from 3 in 2022 to 12 in 2023. Could the minister explain the reason for the increase of 9 new temporary employees?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we have in this line item 9 persons, and their categories: typist clerks, clerk 2 general, supply expediter, and accounts clerks. And so I don't know if that satisfies the
Thank you,
the
Minister.
answer to the question.
Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
That is on the line item 6117.
Yes, that's where you asked the question. There were
Temporary
3.
employees,
Yes, there were
typist
3,
clerks.
and
Strange. We'll proceed. This is Mr. Chair, line item 6116. The contracted employees, there's a reduction by 1. Could the minister state the designation of the person who is coming off or has resigned or intends to resign?
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 6117, just to clarify the 9%, why temporary? Temporary is not a new concept in contract management for employees. It is just that they're not yet on the permanent establishment. So that is why they're called temporary. They're given a 1-year contract. On the 6116, the deputy REO has now moved to the position of regional executive officer. So that is why you find the reduction of 1 contracted employees.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Just a follow up. When did that occur, or are you catering for that transition it's in this year, or did it occur last year?
Honorable Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Usually the staffing details will reflect the end of year. So the staffing details is the rollover from 2022 into 2023. So the since the 13th of October 2021, uh, the position of REO was filled by
No, not him.
uh,
That's
this
who
current
bought
person.
the deal with. Yeah. Well, we won't know how much.
Honorable members online, please mute your mics. And if you need to interject, then put it on. Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
On this program.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I now put a question that the sum stated for program 721, Regional Administration and Finance current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 533. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 72, region number 2, Pomeroon Supernam,
Yeah.
program 721,
So,
Regional Administration and Finance capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Could the Minister, line item 1202900 buildings, could the Minister disaggregate the sum? Could he say which buildings fall under this provision?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In keeping with our position to enhance the quality of service that we provide to our Amerindian people, in Region 2, which has many Amerindian villages, we will rehabilitate
Go ahead, Honorable.
we will rehabilitate the Supernam Amerindian Hostel, the Anregina Amerindian Hostel, the Charity Amerindian Hostel, and we will also do rehabilitation work at the admin office building and one of the other buildings within the State House compound and deployment system.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Project code 240-1600, land and water transport. I see there's a purchase for boat and engine. If I recall correctly, in the last budget, or the budget before, there was the same provision. My question is the boat and engine that was previously purchased is under this program, if it's still operational, if it's still functional, and what exactly you're going to use this additional boat and engine for?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are intensifying the monitoring of the interventions and investments of the government in Region 2. We are also ensuring that our staff become more accessible, and they're not just accessible at their office, but they are accessible in the communities. So there will be a 40 outboard for Pomeroon, as well as a wooden boat with shed, also for the Pomeroon. The boat previously that you were speaking about, or some of the boats that you were speaking about previously, we are transporting school children in the Wakapau area as part of President Ali's commitment to ensuring that everyone gets a fair opportunity to go to school.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 721, Regional Administration and Finance Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 340 and 41. I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 72, Region 2, Pomeroon Supernam, Program 722, Agriculture, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Committee Chair. 6116, contracted employee. Could the Minister state the designation and emoluments of the new employee?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, there is only an increase of 1, and because we are expanding our support to the sector in Region 2, the agricultural sector, and because of a lot of the structures are not manned the way they ought to be manned. We have had challenges previously in terms of drainage, and so we have decided to employ a sluice attendant as part of this line item.
Thank you, Minister.
And the emolument is $120,483.
Honorable Member, Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Committee Chair. 6117, 5 new temporary employees. Could the Minister shed some light the same way on those 5 new employees?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have employed an additional 5 persons, a pump operator, 4 pump operators, and a sluice attendant.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Which locations, which areas or which pumps would these operators serve? And is it that the Minister is saying that there are no operators currently at those locations?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not saying, and I don't understand how Mr. Holder, honorable member, has surmised that I'm saying that there are no operators. We are employing more so we can make sure that at no time, as has happened during the time of APNU AFC, a lot of these pumps were not operating, and sometimes these sluices were left open or in cases left closed, and communities get flooded. So we're employing more sluice attendants, more pump operators to make sure that they are optimally manned. Kapui, Temat Manor, and Three Friends.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
So with the addition of these 5 new persons, that would bring the number of sluice attendants, Kapui, for example, to how many? And the other areas, to how many?
Mr. Chairman, I remember when I think it was Three Friends was being commissioned, the Honorable Member Siraj went to that opening with the rice farmers, the commissioning. And the former Minister of Agriculture of the last government went to that opening. And I recall the details of that commissioning, where some of the most outrageous things were said to rice farmers, especially, who are benefiting from the use of that facility. Now that the government has changed, we have to man these pumps properly. And there was one, now there is two.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Just to use 5 minutes to answer that question. All right, let's move on. 6251, maintenance of roads. So I remember the minister stood in his house in the last budget, I think, or 2021, and he made a lot of pronouncements on purchase of a new tractor and what it would have done in terms of maintenance of the farm roads. So I'm asking him how many in this provision under this line item, how many farm to market roads would be maintained using that new tractor that you would have mentioned about, and how many would have been maintained for last year using that very new tractor that you spoke so gloriously about in this house.
Honorable
And
Minister.
name them, please. Name the farm to market roads where you would have used that tractor, because he gave the house, if you can recall, Comrade Speaker. He said, when I questioned him, he said 57,000 acres of land and a whole story about use. So now I'm asking the particular roads, farm to market roads that this tractor was used to maintain. If anything is there under that sum.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I was avoiding our path down history. But
So the tractor will take us down that path.
because it was not this year, it's last year and the year before. So, Mr. Hola and I, honorable member, we have not a long history, but we worked very closely on March 2nd, 2020. And both him and I sat at the GCOM office in Anna Regina during the course of the night. And we counted all the SOPs for 135 polling stations. And Mr. Holder did not question a single
Point
SOP.
of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable,
Content of speech.
Honorable Minister.
I'm citing the content of speech for the 1-3. Thank you, comrade. It's not relevant to the discussions here. And sub judice, as my dear comrade indicated.
When the Honorable Member, Miss Amanza, is in the chair, she will. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so Mr. Hola and I have a history, so maybe that is why he wants to go back in history. And for the purposes of this house, Mr. Hola, I was in the first batch, I was in the bright set. Not in the set that speak like you. I couldn't have gone. I was in the top 60 students in this country. Where were you? So, Mr. Chairman, so now that Mr. Hola has raised history, I would just like to put on record that Mr. Hola has never contested any of the SOPs of Region 2 in the 2020 elections. That's the chairman of the PNC, honorable member. And we have also won the elections, we won the recount, and we stayed in government for a very long time. So for the 3.5 kilometers of roads, farm to market roads, we intend to do maintenance work on. I can venture Lima, Devonshire Castle, Sparta, Better Hope, Westbury, Fear Not, Dartmouth and Westbury. I know you will ask about those. Dartmouth and Westbury are strong areas populated with supporters of the APN UFC. We work in all communities in Region 2. quite unlike what happened during 2015 to 2020.
Honorable Member Mr. Holder.
All right. On the new tractor, but
Amount of roads
yes,
fixed by the
I
particular tractor, right?
yes, the particular he spoke glowingly about this
Yeah,
new tractor,
yeah.
and so I was interested. I'm, I don't want to say that he bluffed the house when he spoke at the last budget presentation. So I'm trying to give him that opportunity to prevent fact, to clarify and to present the facts. And so I wanted to know the specific roads that this particular tractor, where we spent $20 million, if I can recall, I'm really trying to get to the point to know if it is actually being used for the purposes that it was intended to.
Yeah.
The nation would have spent, the taxpayers would have spent over $20 million. And so I'm just trying to ensure that we get value for money. So I would like him to name repeating the question again, the specific farm to market roads where this tractor would have been used to maintain. And if there are any provisions under this line item, maintenance of roads, and I assume here it's farm to market roads because we're talking agriculture. And so I want to know the roads that will be done this year by that very same particular piece of equipment.
Honorable Minister, I don't know if the tractor has an odometer on it to measure distances fixed and so forth. But
Chairman?
it's very, the honorable members asked a very specific question.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uh, the, in response to the honorable member is speaking of a specific tractor,
Yes.
but the region has more than one tractor. So I don't know is which one you're talking about.
The one we bought last year.
And the one that was provided last year was, there were actually two. So it's which one? I don't know is which one. Now that the honorable member wants me to refer to both tractors that we put here. Both tractors work on about 540 plus kilometers of dams in Region 2.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Holder. It didn't fetch any SOPs.
Trying to pin him down to this specific farm to market roads, but he's dodging, and in the interest of time, we'll have to move on.
Yeah.
I'll confirm this information, 6253. 6253, maintenance of drainage and irrigation works. Now, would the minister be kind enough to lay over? And I'm assuming the cleaning of trenches manually and mechanically are covered under this sum. And so I would ask the minister if he can lay over the trenches that were cleaned manually and those that were cleaned mechanically. I'll tell you the problem, Comrade Speaker. I have observed that trenches that were awarded to be cleaned manually, they're so often cleaned mechanically. And you know what that does? Persons might be paid manually, and while machines are being paid to do the work, fuel, etc., comes out from the region. And so I would like the minister to lay over for me, because it would take some time to bring the facts back to this National Assembly and to the people of Guyana.
Honorable Minister, are you prepared to lay over the information?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not prepared to lay over because I have the information. And I will share it in the interests of the public, because we believe in transparency. We will not hide any information, as those SOPs have been hidden by AP and UFC. And this honorable member worked in the Public Works Department of RDC2 for a period of time. And what I find very difficult to understand, even though we may manually weed canals, time and again they have to be desilted. And there is a difference between manual weeding and the desilting of canals. So naturally you will find excavators going on the very canals at some point in time. So, Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, I shall proceed to identify the canals and share with, but I have the information, Mr. Chairman, and I have a prerogative as a member of this House to make it public. We will be working in all of the NDC areas. And these NDCs, a total of 251,232 rods. So SS12, SS23, SD24, D23, SD20, SD21, SD22, SD11, Fairfield Force Cross Drain, second cross drain, SD10, SD9, Pomona, last cross drain, main canal at Good Hope to Aurora, at Good Intent to Fairfield, and so on and so on. So, Mr. Chairman, I am willing and prepared to read every single, but I don't intend to hand over because I have the information. So, if you would like for me to continue to read all, I will read all.
Honorable Holder, would you like the minister to go into the?
I ask that he lay it over not only for 2023, but I would like for 2022 as well. That was my. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of the public, we have to share information to the public. I do not intend to have any personal arrangement with the honorable member from region number 2. We are also discussing budget 2023, so I have information that we will be pursuing in budget 2023. Main Canal, Good Intent, SSC 11, Pomona, SD 11, the outfall channel at Usideran, the outfall at Vilverden, outfall at Hibernia, at Good Intent, the outfall, this is SSC, 23 at, there's, at Good Hope, SSC 23 at Usideran again, SSD 10 at Usideran, SD 23 at Spring Garden, SD 7/2 at Erie Hall, SD 14 at Fairfield, Warusi Facade, SD 16 outfall at Dry Shore, SD 20, SSC 20 at Good Intent, 22 at Good Intent, cross drain at Good Hope, the 7th cross drain at Good Hope, the Warusi Facade, Vilverden SSC 14, SD 12 at Middlesex, SD 13 at Middlesex, SSC 10/A at Riverstone, 7/4 at Riverstone, SD 15 at Hibernia, SSC 15 at Fairfield, SD 14 at Vilverden, SSC 22 at Spring Garden, 21 at Good Intent, SSC 20 at Aurora, 23 at Good Hope, SSC 19 at Aurora Estate, SSC 18 at Makeshift, and these are all villages along the Essequibo coast. SC 16 at Dry Shore, SSC 16 at Hibernia, 17 at Dry Shore, Warusi, the Forest Cross South Drain at Good Hope, the second cross drain at Good Hope, the fifth cross drain at Good Hope, eighth cross drain at Good Hope, the fourth cross drain at Good Hope, the sixth cross drain at Good Hope, main canal from Fairfield to Middlesex, from Middlesex to Eustaderan, the relief drain at Good Hope, SD10 Forest Cross Street at Eustaderan, Forest Cross drain at Adventure, part of SSC 5 at Adventure, SD6 cross drain at Adventure, the Riverstone cross drain, Erie Hall, Adventure cross drain, 7/3 at Erie Hall, 7/2 at Erie Hall, SSC 9 at Erie Hall, Forest cross drain at Erie Hall, second cross drain at Erie Hall, JD1 at Annandale, JC1 at Annandale, SSC 6 at Adventure, SD 6 at Adventure, SD 5 at Underneaming, Mariah's Lodge to Underneaming Facade, JD 6 at Golden Fleece, JC 4 at Colin, JC 10 at Joanna Cecilia, JD 7 at Zorg, JC 9 at Zorg, Colin to Golden Fleece Facade, JD 2 at Abramsville, NOC Cross Drain, SD 5 at Underneaming, JC 8 at Golden Fleece to Old Supply Facade, Unu Creek at Colin, JC 3 Trench at Abramsville, 7/2 second drain at Erie Hall, SSC 8 at Erie Hall, second cross drain, third cross drain again at Erie Hall, fourth cross drain at Riverstone, the sixth cross drain at Riverstone, the fifth cross drain at Riverstone, the fourth cross drain at Riverstone, the second cross drain at Riverstone, the JC to Golden Fleece Facade,
Honorable member, I am personally satisfied you have the information in the detail required and you've provided sufficient at this time to satisfy the question. Honorable member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, let's move on to the next.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 722 agriculture. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 533. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 722 agriculture, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the minister now line item 440800 or the equipment? Could the minister explain? Could the minister explain what the equipment Could he disaggregate the sum? And could he say why is it that Region 2 being an agriculture region, and in the context of our country receiving billions upon billions of oil, and in the context of the budget being increased 3 times over, why is it that there is a 32% reduction in the budget across these items for the region in terms of agriculture?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, this line item is to procure equipment, capital equipment. The agriculture expansion in Guyana has taken off once again since Minister Mustafa. And every year we are consistently expanding the fleet of equipment to provide support to the agricultural sector in Region 2. So in addition to the things that we have already bought, we are also buying a room plow, we're buying fogging machines, and we're buying a mini excavator. That will complement, for the purposes of the people of Region 2, and for the purposes of honorable members of the opposition. We have not increased the budget 3 times over. The budget was increased from last year about just over 41%. But the last time the honorable member Sherwin Holder spoke in Parliament, he made merry of the numbers when he spoke about the benefits to the Guyanese people from the oil economy, when he couldn't calculate the amount of money that was coming from the oil sector for the people of the country. And the honorable member made the same mistake again. The honorable member said that we are receiving billions upon billions of dollars. But we have not yet received billions upon billions of dollars, Mr. Chairman. We have not received billions upon billions. So, and I think that, Mr. Chairman,
You may need to clarify if it's US or Guyana dollars.
I believe it is US I'm referring to. It is US that we're referring to. But the honorable member, when they create this impression, the honorable they create this impression that we have received billions and billions of US dollars. We have not yet. We will. And we will be in government when we receive those. We will be in government. And we will spend more in Essequibo as we will spend in all the regions of our country. Quite unlike, Mr. Chairman, up till now, we don't know where 18 million US is, that the last government, correct? That the honorable members on that side of the house, when they were in government, up till now, the 18 million US they said came as a gift.
Honorable member, I may have to do what the previous speaker did when consistently the issue of drug bond came up, and he suspended the house and sent a team to my neighborhood. So we may have to send a team to Bank of Guyana. So let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, I was on that team to go to Albice Town on that evening.
Yeah.
The Honorable Fowler Lawrence was also on that team. And when we went to the drugs bond
Thank
in
you,
Albice on Sussex Street, Mr. Chairman, I have to clarify.
No. I was just saying similarly, I may have to send a team to Bank of Guyana. Thank you, Minister.
So it's not a gift anymore, Mr. Chairman, for the purposes of my...
I can't say. I'm going to have to find the accuracy of the information. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 722 agriculture capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 342, 343. And I propose a question that the sum stated for agency 72, region number 2, Pomeroon Supernam, program 723, public works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Kermit Chair. 6242, maintenance of buildings. Um, there's a sum of $26 million there. So could the minister say which buildings and if the Danielstown Community Center would be covered under this provision? It's in a very terrible state, and I know that it's not covered under the youth sports and culture. I didn't hear anything under that. And so we don't see anything in the budget there under youth sports and culture. And so I revert to this line item to ask the question if anything is there for the Danielstown Community Center.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the first part of the question, we're doing maintenance work on one of the buildings at Adventure Living Quarter for a doctor. We're doing maintenance work on the physiotherapist living quarter in Cottonfield. We're doing maintenance work on the Hinterland Affairs living quarters. That's in Cottonfield as well. The engineering department office building. The IDC building in Cottonfield as well. And we have a force account. So we are also procuring some materials for the force account team. On the second issue of Danielstown Community Center, for the purposes of members of the opposition, the honorable member asked me specifically about Danielstown because that's where the honorable member is from. His family is from Danielstown. And then they refer to this budget as a friends and family budget, but they're looking out for the family. You know? And in Danielstown, Mr. Chairman, you know what was the development in Danielstown? They did an avenue. The last government.
Wonderful avenue.
They left all the other villages, all the other villages of Region 2. But because the PNC chairman of Region 2 lives in Danielstown or has interest in Danielstown, that is where they built the avenue. But it wasn't just an ordinary avenue. It was extraordinarily expensive because as a member of the former Public Accounts Committee, I recall the former REO said that when he had savings, they were excited, if you recall, Comrade Bishop. They were excited. And so they used the money for development work in Region 2 to build an avenue with about 12 benches and a snacket for $18+ million. That was the investment in social development in Region 2. So the money did not also go to the rehabilitation or the construction of the community center in Danielstown. It went to not a street but an avenue, between two streets. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, they began building parks. And if you go to, some of this same money went to a park in Exmouth. And if you go to the park right now, Mr. Chairman, as I did for 5 years from 2015 to 2020, that park had cow dung, horse dung. There was the structure was dilapidated. Uh, there was no washroom. It was overgrown with bush. That is what it was.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Mr. Speaker,
So there is, Honorable Minister, there is no money for Danielstown Community Center under this
that's
head.
the point. That's the point. But he went on to speak about the avenue. You know, we're proud of that
Mr. Chairman,
avenue.
Just,
It's not,
I just
no,
want,
Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Holder, I just asked for some clarification from the Honorable Minister.
so, Mr. Chairman, this is public works, maintenance of buildings.
Okay, thank you very much.
So this is not maintenance of a community ground.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
It's a building, not a ground, I ask. But you see, the minister went on to talk about an avenue. The avenue was not built in Danielstown per se. It's on the border between Danielstown and Sparta. There are two strongholds. If I can explain, Comrade Speaker, the government and Apno AFC strongholds. And the idea was that people can come together in
Thank you.
unity. Wonderful facility for $18 million. Just recently, a $25 million, an ambulance that was very rusted was commissioned in the region for $25 million. So easily $18 million could have been spent for that, for unity, for the purpose of unifying this country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, all right, let's move on to the capital because let's move on to the next.
Honorable members, we now put the question that the sum stated for program 723, Public Works. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's move to page 533. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 723 Public Works capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 1400, 500. Just verifying that that is the correct thing. 1400, 500, $108 million for upgrading of roads. Now, in April of last year, the RDC would have announced that they were given approval for over 100 roads. And it is my observation that most of those roads either barely started, in some cases, in many cases, no works would have commenced. And I can name some. Baggage Dam, when I would have highlighted it, they went and they graded it, and then it's left there. Danielstown, Bus Shed Street, Henrietta, Back Street, a number of other roads all across the region. And so I am hopeful. I'm asking the minister if Danielstown, Bus Shed Street, Henrietta Back Street, Barbershop Street, Baggage Dam, if those are catered for under this provision, and also Charity River Dam, which would have been rolling over constantly since this government took office. It's in the budget and it keeps rolling over, so I would like to know if that is also under this.
Honorable
sum.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the Bishop, Jill went at length to explain to this Honorable House that we're constructing currently 1,084 roads, streets along coastal Guyana, of which 122 would be constructed or are currently under construction in region number 2. There are 261 roads or streets that we have identified in region 2. that need to be upgraded to either asphaltic concrete or reinforced concrete, and we have begun construction of 122 across the NDCs of Region 2 and the municipality of Anna Regina. So, just to clarify, those to Honorable Member Mr. Holder. And the budget for that is considered under the Ministry of Public Works. So unfortunately, you'd have to seek that information from the Ministry of Public Works. But Mr. Chairman, we have done public signing of contracts in all of the NDC areas where roads are to be constructed. And these are all requests from the people of Region 2 as they are in the rest of the country.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
There's no doubt that contracts were signed, Comrade Speaker, but I really was hoping for an update on these specific roads. But we'll move on. We'll move on. Can Street is also, it's known as Can Street, Henrietta. It's not very far from my home, so I can tell you. Minister doesn't need to rehash that. That is a terrible street. It's the first street that runs north to south in Henrietta. It's the first street. Runs from the northern end to the southern end of the community. And that is in a terrible state. And surprisingly, the administration wants to do the street that is, well, I don't know if it's a street, if it's gazetted, I would consider it as a reserve across this range, a parallel street. They're now embarking on works there rather than deal with the main street there. So again, under this line item, the same line item, is there any sums that caters for the street, for Can Street, as I put it, and I'm certain that your engineer is familiar with that street and that name. Is there anything in the sum that will be used there to rehabilitate that street, and how soon will that contract be signed if it's not signed already, and works can begin? So that works can begin.
Honorable Minister, is Can Street included?
So, Mr. Chairman, I
Fourth
know
Street
the
in
area
Henrietta.
that Mr. Holder is speaking of because, and how I happen to know that Mr. Holder lives on that street, is because when we were campaigning, there was a car with a loud hailer that went in front of Freedom House and said, and whoever was announcing, they were making very outrageous remarks about the government, well, leaders of the PPP. And then we followed the car to Golden Fleece, and they stopped in front, the former REO in Zorg, they stopped in front of his house and also personally attacked them. So we followed the car, and that is why we ended up in front of Mr. Holder's house.
On Can Street.
On Can Street.
Honorable Minister, is Can Street included?
So, Mr. Chairman, we will be upgrading
Can Street.
6 Cross Street New Housing Scheme Charity, 2nd Cross Street Old Housing Scheme Charity, East Street Bounty Hall, and the Adunkel, the Sluice Street Adunkel. And I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that the street that Mr. Holder is referring to, Honorable Member, is a street that it is 90% better than some of the streets that have to be done and that are currently being done. So the priority has to be where schools are, as Bishop had said, Honorable Member, health facilities, where a lot of elderly people are, many that are very dilapidated. But we would not be pursuing projects as the last government did because members of the government live there. That is why streets are done there, as was done at Liliendal when the last Prime Minister, where is he, by the way?
Honorable Minister, so the policy is to fix the streets that are really bad and will serve the greater good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Mr.
very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder, Can Street right now may have to wait.
It appears so, and it's a good thing that I do not live on that street. I live at 55 Sideline there. So
Nature Street.
near to it, it's the adjacent road.
Yeah.
I don't use it. I don't
Honorable
use it.
member, please go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Com- Comrade Chair, Comrade Chair, the minister would have mentioned that he made mention that a lot of these streets will be done using concrete. So I would like for him to explain the rationale behind using concrete if there was consultation, if there was expert advice, because I'll tell you this, Hoppy Street in Dartmouth, that he gloriously spoke about again in this house last year, and maybe even the year before, is being done in concrete. And it's a disaster in my view and the view of the residents there. It should not have been, as an engineer, I think that it should not have been in concrete. You, if you were going to do it in concrete, other measures had to be taken, different kinds of engineering, etc. Persons, as a result of that, you had vehicles unable to go into access their um, get into their yards in and out. You had a resident actually fell because of the steep slope that came off from it into the access to persons' yards. So I would like the minister to say which of these streets will be done using concrete rather than asphalt. Let him name the specific streets. I do not want a whole host of streets. I want the specific streets that you're changing from asphaltic surface to concrete surface.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this honorable member, said that they are an engineer, and the honorable member who is a layman, the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, to make an engineering pronouncement on a street. But the honorable member I would like the honorable member, in a rhetorical way, tell me why an engineer would move from the Public Works Department of a region into a mortuary. Mr. Chairman, the 122 roads that we are building in Region 2, the honorable member, that is not currently being built, that project is not within the auspices of the Regional Administration Region 2 budget. So I'd be unable to give you the names of those streets, but as a representative of the people of Region 2, I'd be willing to find out those streets and give the names to you, or we can visit together.
Honorable member, Mr. Holder.
1100, 300 bridges, 55 million. In Anne Regina, could the minister state where specifically in Anne Regina these works are being done? The bridges being done.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, one of the requests we've had from the residents of the township, and this will also enhance the traffic flow within the township, is to construct a bridge at Station Street, and that would link Central Township with the Henrietta community that the honorable member, that area where the honorable member lives. Yeah.
Honorable member, Mr. Holder, and we are now
Thank you,
close to
Comrade.
a minute away from.
We can move on.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 723 Public Works. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we are just about 3:07 when we started this head, and the time allocated for this head is 1 hour. And I have 4 more programs to put on this head. I'll allow the honorable member to ask one question. 724, current and capital, and 725, health, current and capital. Honorable members, I go to page 344 and 345, and I propose a question that the sum stated for program 724, education delivery, current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
If I understand you clearly, one question for current, one for capital
Yes.
year now. Okay, thank you. 6243. 6243. Janitorial and cleaning supplies. Comrade Speaker, we're still in a COVID environment, and such cleaning and sanitation is paramount in ensuring the safety of our children. Can the minister confirm that in every school, in every class, there will be adequate provision, or does this provision covers sanitation in every class of every school to ensure that our children can have a little hand washing liquids and so to ensure that they are kept safe? Or will we continue as parents, myself being one, have to provide sanitation stuff and cleaning agents for the school?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, one of the hallmarks of our government is the way we treat school children. We are the government that gave the school children a school grant. APNUAFC is the government that took it away. So there is no comparison in terms of how we will treat our school children. And every school child in this country is safe as long as the PPPC government is in place. Every school child. Their health is also in very capable hands of Dr. Frank Anthony, honorable member, quite unlike 3 ministers of health in 3 years in the APNUFC. The former George Norton, honorable member, the current honorable Karen Cummings, who also served as foreign minister of Guyana when the accreditation of the election observers were withdrawn, and the honorable Valda Lawrence.
Honorable Minister, I can't remember any accreditation being withdrawn in 2020.
Mr. Chairman, I have a video in my phone.
Yeah.
Where the Honorable Karen Cummings, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, threatened the election observers to withdraw their accreditation.
You were very definitive just now, say were withdrawn. So, Honorable Minister, any other information with respect
Mr.
to the
Chairman,
question?
there are 34 nursery schools with 2 annexes, 38 primary schools with 4 annexes, 7 secondary schools and 1 annex. All of those schools would be adequately provided janitorial supplies to take care of our children.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I will now, Honorable Member Mr. Holer, you're going to take the second question and sacrifice the one on capital? Okay. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 724, education delivery current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 533 and 534, and I propose a question that the sum stated for program 724 Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Holden.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my question is on project code 2502900. I want to recall last evening, and perhaps not a question for the minister, but clarification from you as the speaker. Last evening, when I asked on the project code 2607400, equipment and furniture, the Minister of Education says to myself and Honorable Cox that this is a project for regions 1 to 10. It falls under local government. We did not have a definitive answer from you, but I didn't see the Minister of Finance here last evening. I don't know if we have finance staff here today. We approved that said sum that the minister said she cannot account for because she would not be carrying out that project. We did approve it under education, and it's a large sum on the primary and nursery education. We approved it. I don't know if that could be fixed. And I'm asking here today, under this project code, where it says furniture and equipment for education, if we can make that adjustment, if we can ask the speaker, the chairman, or the Minister of Finance to make that adjustment. Additionally, could the minister say which one of the schools will benefit from the purchase of furniture and equipment here?
I could be wrong because I am in the cohort of the honorable member Kamraj Ramjatan. So I could be wrong, but I thought I heard yesterday the sum we spoke about was for Region 4 schools. And I will have the information checked because they may have been, when we consider that sum, I was asking the minister if it was mislabeled because it had Region 1 to 10, I think.
Yeah.
And it had 4 too, right?
And it says national.
Yes. So, but with respect to education here, there's a specific sum on the capital provided for the schools of Region 2. And this Minister of Local Government is competent enough to answer for this sum.
Yes, sir. My question remains to the chairman of this session.
Yes.
How can we rectify
It's
approving the sum yesterday and the Minister of Education?
It's not the same sum. It's not the same sum.
No, sir, but how do we rectify that? We've approved it under education.
It's not the same sum. This is a specific sum on the Ministry of Education. And this here is a specific sum on the local government Region 2 education. They're two different sums.
There are two different things I'm asking here, sir. One, if we can rectify yesterday, because the minister referred us to the Minister of Local Government.
You're asking two things, and I'm saying one thing.
Yes.
They're two different sums. So there's no rectification at this time.
Sir,
Right.
may I seek your clarification? We have approved $88 million under education as the executing agency last evening when the Minister of Education is on record as saying that she will not be executing that project. You can ask the Minister of Local Government.
I'm sure, and I'll have the transcript done, I'm sure that we might be using education synonymously as meaning the same things, but it's not. It's under education, and this one here is on the education for Region 2. In my view, it's quite clear. Two very specific sums catering for education.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. They are two specific sums, two separate issues. I am standing here because the Minister of Education last evening referred me to local government. I'm not going to ask him because
When
it
she
is not
referred
on
you,
his
my
ledger.
understanding was, when she referred you is that when this particular head comes up under local government, you can ask some of the questions. At this time, in my mind,
Yeah.
I don't have uh, any conflict in my mind, but we'll have it checked. But I'm
Okay.
confident we're speaking of two separate sums.
I agree with you.
And in this instant, if you want to ask a specific question with respect to education capital, region 2, you can go ahead while we try to clarify if there is the same thing that was being referred to
Sir,
previously.
and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our clarity comes from the Minister of Finance.
We are going to check first the wording, but
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you, sir. So my question for this is under 2502900. Could the minister say which of the schools will benefit from the furniture and equipment?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 80 schools in Region 2, and can read out the list of 80 schools.
I will allow you to because we
Well,
already.
all 80 schools of Region 2 will benefit from the furniture and equipment that will be procured
Thank
by
you
the
very much,
regional administration.
Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 724 Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to program 725, pages 346 and 347. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 725 Health Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Committee Chair 6117, temporary employees. Can the minister state to this House how many temporary employees are at the Anna Regina Health Center, Windsor Castle Health Center? What is their scope of work? How they contribute to the improvement of the health center? And could he say, I noticed that it costs the taxpayers an extra $38 million by employing these 27 persons. And could he say if it would be more prudent if that $38 million were used to advance the health service, for example, ensuring that you have strips for diabetic patients, and those kinds of things. Yes. So,
Honorable Minister.
Minister, over to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And under this contract arrangement, there are 10 ward maids to be appointed, or were appointed, sorry. 2 bond clerks, 1 lighting plant operator, 3 blood donor attendants, 1 orthopedic technician, 3 staff nurse, 5 patient care assistants, 1 accounts clerk, 2, and 1 typist clerk, 2. And they will aid in the administration of health services in Region 2.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 725 Health Services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 534. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 725 Health Services capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Holder.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Committee Chair 6255. Oh, sorry. 123100. I see when I check the volume 2, there is mention of repairs to the nursing hostel. Now, my question is, um, when will these works begin on the nursing hostel, and is it due to these repair work that are scheduled or which would have commenced, that would have caused 15 uh, applicants or 15 persons coming from the hinterland that were registered under the new nursing assistant program? Is it because of these repairs that they were kept at a hotel in Henrietta for about 2 weeks? And could the minister say the cost which the taxpayers had to bear because of that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for purposes of clarity, we are not going to compromise the quality of healthcare that we are providing to our people in Region 2. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, because they're from the hinterland, and because this PVPC government works so closely with people of the hinterland, and especially Amerindian people, whom we respect enormously, if we have to put them up in a hotel until we find alternative accommodation, we will put the Amerindian people up in a hotel and not under some shed, as happened under the last government. So I find it very strange that the Honorable Sherwin Holder of Region 2 will question why Amerindian health workers are being placed in a hotel. So if there is no other accommodation at the current time, then we will put them in a hotel, because Amerindian people should also be able to go to a hotel. So there is no discrimination in the way we do our business in this government compared to how APNU, AFC, and how they treat Amerindian people with utter disrespect and decimation of who they are. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, we are extending the nurses' hostel at Public Hospital Sodi to house more nurses, and as part of the capital program, we will also be constructing a health post and landing at Siriki. For the first time, we will be rehabilitating the physiotherapy department at Sodi. We began those last year, and we will complete them this year. We will also be rehabilitating one of the doctor's quarters at Sodi Hospital compound. We will rehabilitate and extend the Barcaro Health Center at Akawini. We will extend the public health department at Sodi Hospital. And like I said, we will also extend the nurses' hostel at Sodi Hospital compound.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that a sum stated for Program 725, Health Services, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and your staff of Region number 2. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 352 and 353 as the Minister gets together his advisors for Region number 3. Honorable members, I want to say that the 1.5 hour that we will use up for the breaks later this afternoon have also all been exhausted today. So we're supposed to have been through region 2 already, region 3. Maybe we can ask. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, uh, we we can get through these heads within the allocated time, and I don't think I'll have the luxury of giving a question for every head henceforth because um, we have actually used up all the time for the breaks now. Let us ensure that we can cut out the preambles and the historics, and let us be very succinct with respect to our our examination. I'm not really our examination of the regions henceforth. Honorable members, we are starting region number 3 at, according to my time, on the computer, 3:28. And I propose a question that the sum stated for region number 3, Essequibo Islands, West Demerara, and we are at program 731, Regional Administration and Finance, and I propose a question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Mr. Maipol, Honorable Member Ms. Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6117 day temp workers. Can the Honorable Minister share with us the specs for those workers, the categories that they will fill? Yes, and specifically, Mr. Chair, if any of these workers will be working in any of the Essequibo Islands.
Temp workers. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the increase of 4 cater for 2 accounts clerk and an accounts clerk, a type 2 typist clerks, and an office assistant. One of these would be placed in the leg 1 office.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Alert.
Mr. Chair, moving quickly, security services 6281. There is an increase there. Can the Honorable Minister say what would have occasioned this?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The number of locations, and also we have to meet some requirements in terms of the offices, and that is why the increases.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Lert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. National Event 6291. Can the Minister list specifically what events the region can, the people in the region can look forward to the region supporting here under this allocation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why this is national and other events, we will be participating in some of the national events, if not all of them, and some of the other events. And these include flag raising, Pagua, Easter, Labor, Independence, Amerindian Heritage, Eid ul-Adha, Diwali, Remembrance Day. Those types of events will be part. Emancipation, those events.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Lert.
And from me, the last one on this here, Mr. Chair, 6255, other infrastructure. What specifically or what sort of projects or works will be addressed under that allocation? If you can get some details as to the nature of what will be done there.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this is $6 million. Huh? 6255 is 6 million Guyana dollars. I wrote that the Apnu FC paid $400,000 to weed a school compound and paid $400,000 to buy a wardrobe and $400,000 to buy a bed in Upper Mazaruni in Eturingbang. So we would, on the other infrastructure,
Thank you.
we would be doing some landfilling in Leg 1 at the guest house, and you're encouraged to stay when you go and pay. If it has beds, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm being asked if there are beds at the guest house. We would be repairing a fence, a Tushan. There are government quarters here. The government quarters at Leg 1. The government compound at Crane. And the regional administration compound.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
So, 6116, the same three employees for 2022. Those are the same three for 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Contracted employees.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. That was your shortest answer so far.
Yeah. a clap for that. Sir, I want to ask him, why is it that the sum allocated there does not reflect the 8% increase? In fact, it is significantly lower than what was spent in 2022. 2022 was $5,094,000, and 2023 has $4 million plus.
Honorable Minister.
It's on the budget, you know.
So, Mr. Chairman, the cleaner and the laborer, they were replaced in 2022. So the numbers are the same, but just that the categories, 2 staff were released and refilled.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 731, Regional Administration and Finance current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 535. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 731, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 731, Regional Administration and Finance Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 354 and 355. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 732 Agriculture, current expenditure, stand part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to the Honorable Minister. Again, 6117 temp employees. We see it moving from 22 mil to just over 26 mil. I'm sure the Honorable Minister can provide some quick details to explain, this little, what may
Honorable
seem
Minister.
in his eyes as a little increase.
Mr. Chairman, there is the appointment of an overseer, so their salary will take effect and the salary increases.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Alert.
Yes, Mr. Chair. 6253 DNI works. Can the minister disaggregate that amount? Can he also advise on whether there were farmers meetings, community meetings, any sort of consultation to determine that work and to say whether any additional farmlands will come into cultivation as a result of this DNI works being planned?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There will be weeding and cleaning of the Georgia collector drain, weeding and cleaning of New Line Irrigation Reed and Hoop, weeding and cleaning of Borrower Sideline, weeding and cleaning of Windsor Forest, and Reed and Hoop collector, weeding and cleaning of Ruby Main Drain, Parika Main Drain, Tushan West and Cross Sideline, Tushan East Sideline, Tushan Middle Walk, La Jollity West Sideline, Windsor Forest Middle Walk, Z-Lock East Sideline, A-Line Main Drain, Center Line Main Drain, B-Line to Tail Wall at the Conservancy, Ruby Borosiri Distributary, Kashmir Middle Walk, B-Line to Tail Wall at the River Sluice, Namrik Escape Channel, Parika Hydronic Rong Dam, Ruby K1, KI6 to KI8, Parika West Irrigation, Bonasika Trench, and Aliki Drainage Canal.
Thank you, Minister.
But I also have a lot more. Should I go ahead?
Honorable Member, should the Minister go ahead with the entire list? Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 732 Agriculture, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 535. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 732 Agriculture, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 732 Agriculture, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to pages 356 and 357. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 733 Public Works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the pace at which we're moving through Regions 3, and I'm sure the works will move just as well. Under 6251, sorry, roads, Can the minister again disaggregate and can he specifically identify the roads on the West Bank and if any in the islands are going to be done on this?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uh, as you are aware, Mr. Chairman, we have quite an extensive road program last year and this year. So a lot of the roads would be constructed through our region plus the Ministry of Public Works and the Ministry of Housing and Water. So a substantial amount of road construction will take place. But for the purposes of maintenance under this budget, we'd be doing work at Leonora Whole Housing Scheme, the internal roads at Zeelock North, Iflock, Metamirzor, Anna Katrina, Virgin Ujan, Crane, Good Fortune, and the procurement of road building material for the force account team that we have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 733 Public Works, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 535, honorable members. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 733 Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Yes, just let me get it here. Minister Public Works, the bridges. Can the minister say what type of bridges are going to be constructed? Timber, concrete? Are they going to be for vehicular traffic, pedestrian, both? If the minister can provide some details therein, thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be constructing a reinforced concrete bridge at Leonora Hospital at New Road. We'll also be constructing a reinforced concrete bridge at La Bagatelle Leguan, a reinforced concrete bridge at Center Street, Iflock, a reinforced concrete bridge at Sierra Wakenham, a reinforced concrete bridge at Crane Old Road, a reinforced concrete bridge at Bank Hall Friendship, Wakenham, and a bridge at Bellevue Squatting Area. And all of these bridges, you can use vehicles on them.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi.
Sir, I heard the Honorable Minister saying Lenora Hospital. Does that mean that they will be breaking up that concrete bridge that exists there to put in a new concrete bridge?
Honorable Minister.
No, Mr. Chairman, we are not breaking up any bridge. But we have, a lot more roads are being done, accesses are created, so we have to build bridges to link them as well.
No
So
hammer falling at this time.
This will be a bridge on the new access that we are creating for the hospital.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Mr. Chair, can the minister say if there is any allocation there for the repairs to the bridge leading to the school Genesis along Canal Number 1 Road, specifically?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is under the recurrent program. Maintenance is under recurrent, not capital.
Thank you very much.
But yes, it is under recurrent.
It's on. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 733 Public Works, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to pages 358 and 359. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 734, Education Delivery, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Again, 6116, employees therein, I see it is moved up from 0 to over 200 therein. Mr. Chair, can the Honorable Minister say how these persons are going to be employed in terms of what they will be doing in the sector?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a commitment President Ali has made across the education sector in our country, where sweeper cleaners would, this covers all of the sweeper cleaners. They're granted contracts. So they were removed from 6284, and now they are granted contracts. So thanks to President Ali, 239 of them.
Thank you,
Not
Minister.
at all,
Honorable
not,
Member,
not
Ms.
your
Alert.
initiative, sorry.
You're okay there, Ms. Alert? Honorable Member? Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 734 Education Delivery Current Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members turn to page 35, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 734 Education Delivery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, land and water transport. I see here they have purchase of vehicles and engines. Am I to take that I think it's outboard engines? Can the Honorable Minister assure this House that the boats for those outboard engines are available and the life jackets for the persons who will be using those boats are available?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are a caring government. We know what is required to run the country and how to take care of our school children. A 25 horsepower outboard, 4 will be bought for La Harmonie Primary, Fort Island Primary, Saxacali Primary, Hog Island, and will also be used at Upper Bonasica. We will also be procuring 2 32-seater buses to help with transportation of school children along the West Coast, West Bank. We will also be using one of the buses. There are about 70 special needs children in Region 3, and we currently have one bus. And on a commitment of His Excellency, we will also be buying a second bus, a second bus for the special needs children. The first bus was procured last year, and I have the honor of handing over that bus last year as well to the parents.
Thanks, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Alert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Furniture and equipment. Can the Honorable Minister say what proportion or how much of this allocation will be going specifically to promote STEM education in the region, and specifically which schools will be targeted?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we procure furniture, we tend to procure for every school and for every need. But I can proceed to identify, it will take a while. If the honorable member would like me to go ahead and say exactly what we are procuring.
Can the Minister later, sir?
Sorry?
Can the Minister later over?
Mr. Chairman, I have the list and I'm willing to publicize the list in the House.
There being a stalemate, I'll move on to the next question.
From me, Minister, the last one here on education, the staff quarters. Can the Minister say where this work will be done and specifically what will be done?
Honorable Minister, you have a long list again.
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, a bed, a dinette set, a wardrobe, gas stove, a three-piece set. There will be 2 beds, 2 dinner sets, 2 wardrobes, one gas stove with oven, and 3 three-piece suites would be bought, and it'll be used to furnish the living quarters at Great Truly, Wakenham, Legwans, Santa Mission, Saxacali, on Upper Bonasica.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Mahi.
Sir, I just need some guidance because that list that was just called out speaks to furniture and equipment for a home, a living quarter. But when I look at the description here, it's saying school furniture and equipment. So I just need the clarification whether it is actually going to homes or to school. Because the description I have here, sir, speaks to school furniture.
Honorable Minister, I think I heard you pertain to school.
Mr. Chairman,
Teachers, right?
251-3600, furniture and equipment, staff quarters. That is what it says. It doesn't say school furniture.
Sir, just for clarity, I am making reference to the legend that was given to me. And these are the documents that guide us in asking our questions. And the legend tells me that it is the purchase, this project entails purchase of school furniture and equipment. So I just needed that clarity, and clearly this was a mistake in the book.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we also have, there are 2 different line items. 251-3600, furniture and equipment staff quarters, $2 million. 250-3300, furniture and equipment education, which is for the purchase of furniture and equipment for schools.
For the long list of schools you gave earlier.
Comrade Speaker, I am referencing 25-13-600, and the reference number is 328, and I'm looking at 328. So what I am saying here is that the book clearly, based on the answer the minister is providing, does not have the correct information.
That's the profile book.
The profile book. So I am, but however, I'm guided by the minister's answer.
The advisor to the minister to just clarify.
Advisor, Siraj, clarify for the minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are using, you're directing me to which book I must use. So I'm using the book that you're directing me to, which is Volume 1.
We can use any book. Any book can be used.
So, Mr. Chairman, I am referring to the book that the chairman of the Committee of Supply is using for the conduct of the
734 at page 535. But, Honorable Minister, remember all 3 volumes are read in conjunction with each other. So what we have to do if there's a discrepancy with respect to the description, Honorable Minister of Finance will have to start cleaning up some of these heads to ensure that what is reflected in volume 1 is the same headings in volume 3. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 734 education delivery capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 360 and 361. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 735 health services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Alert.
Clarify for me, please, Mr. Chair, we're talking health services current expenditure or
Current expenditure.
current expenditure? So let
Page
me just-
360 and 61. 361.
Okay, sir. Again, the temporary workers, and I'm afraid I have to question this repeatedly. 6117 again, can the minister say what's the nature of the jobs these temp workers will be carrying out? And very importantly, Mr. Chair, in the health sector, temp workers just may be exposed to all manner of harmful environments. Can the minister, or what assurances will the minister provide this House and the nation that these temp workers are covered under some sort of insurance program, whether it's NIS or any other sort of insurance program in case there is some sort of industrial accident, loss of limb, or any contagious disease they contract?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Just to clarify what Honorable Member Mahipal said, both in volume 3, it is actually covered. If Mr. Mahipal, Honorable Member, turns the page, yeah, he will realize that it is covered for both the furniture and equipment for schools as well as for the staff quarters. So on health services, 6117, this accounts for 2 medical laboratory technicians and the salary increases.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, I just want to let us get it clear. My concern is not that it's not covered. Both pages are covered. But the description of the project, based on the answer that the minister gave, it was clearly furniture and equipment for a house to accommodate the staff in their respective living quarters. The description is saying, however, that it is school furniture. And my position is that it was guided incorrectly.
Honorable members, and we ruled on that.
Yes, but the minister referenced it, that's why.
So, Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, in that particular instance, the project profile should in fact have said furniture and equipment and not school furniture and equipment. The word school should not be there, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finance Minister. An Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, we have another clarification which I've asked the staff to get the transcript and clarify with you. Honorable members, we were at health services, and I can't remember if I put health services. I don't think I did. Correct. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 735 health services current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 535 and 536. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 735 health services capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Alert.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, can you say where this ambulance is going to deploy? And can you assure this House that you have in place the drivers for this ambulance so that it
Honorable
will be
Minister.
parked at any hour?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. These ambulances would be Borica to Leonora. In that one will transit that area, and one will also be at Wickenham and one at Legon.
And do you have the drivers for them?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, Honorable Member Mr. Mahipon.
So, sir, I'm interested in 329, 1203, 100. I'm interested, based on the description of the project here, the upgrade of West Demerara Regional Hospital. Would the Honorable Minister please tell us what are some of the upgrades we will find during 2023 for the West Demerara Regional Hospital?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, West Ham Hospital, there will be a renovation of the theater, the electrical system of the hospital, and we'll also be rehabilitating a health center at Metamursort, the reconstruction of Varnaluk Health Post in Wickenham, and the reconstruction of a ramp at Alikwi along the Essequibo River.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 735, Health Services Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us thank the Honorable Minister and his staff from Region Number 3 for taking us through Agency 73. And as they depart, let us turn to pages 366 and 367 and invite the Minister and the staff from Region 4 to join us. It looks like 26 minutes saved. Not 26, 18. Hold on. Yes, 26 minutes. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 74, Region 4, Demerara Mahaica, Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Bita Sarabu Ali.
Where is it? Where?
Sorry, Honorable Member, Ms. Nima flew best
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
in the same line of sight.
I'd like to turn the minister's attention to line item 6242. I've noticed that there is a decline in the cost, and I would like to find out which building will not be maintained this year.
Honorable Member, a question with respect to what the money is allocated for. They're not being maintained. So you may say,
I'm so guided.
would the Mucker Shade Center be included or something like that?
Okay. I'm so guided. Could the minister identify the buildings that will be maintained with this cost?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have estimated $4 million to do maintenance work at the RDC main office. That's a massive building, 150 feet by 60 feet. The Enmore sub-office, which is 30 feet by 50 feet. And the Grove Craft Center, which is 30 feet by 24 feet.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flobes.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Line item 6281, Security Services. I note, Committee Chair, that all the other regions had an increase in this particular sector. But when it came to Region 4, I'm noting that the cost has declined significantly by 40 million. Would the Honorable Minister say why?
So, Mr. Chairman, the reason why last year seemed so much was because there was a liability that was paid to one of the providers that we inherited from AP and UAS.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. We're at 6116, contracted employees. I recognize that the number has been decreased from 7 in 2022, increased, to 10 in 2023. May I ask the Honorable Minister what may have constitute this increase, and if he can provide the job description and emolument for these 3 added employees. And of course, which department these employees will be staffed.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just the last part I didn't get very clearly, if it could be repeated.
Mr. Chair, my question has several parts, and so I have no difficulty if the Minister answered the first, and then I ask the last that you asked for me to clarify.
Honorable Minister.
Or you want me to repeat?
Go ahead and repeat it.
Okay. I'm saying in 2022, under contracted employees, we had a total of 7 staff. In 2023, it is now 10. And I'm asking what may have constitute this increase. One, if the minister can be kind to provide to this house their job description or the status, emolument, and which office will be staffed by these 3 added staff members.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. There is 1 supply expediter, a security supervisor, and an accounts clerk 2. The emoluments, security supervisor, $105,542 per month. Supply expediter 1, $96,277, and the accounts clerk 2, $84,036. And they're part of the Regional Administration and Finance Program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flubes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Line item 6291, national and other events. I note that all the other regions had an increase under this line item. So I'd like to know, why is it that Region 4 was not given any increase under this particular line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is the same amount as last year. And we have also budgeted in some of the programs, some of the activities that would have been carried, almost activities that tend to repeat themselves. So the costs are shared in some of the programs.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahibon.
Thank you, sir. One question I have. Sir, this is 6211.
Several parts?
No, well, it depends on the answer. Sir, but 6211 shows an increase from 18,230,000 to 26,200,000. And the largest budget, of course, and all the line items got increases across the entire budget. This line item, sir, caters for expenses specific to the agency and is utilized by the chairperson and councillors of the RDC. When I take into account what the president announced, and that is for the increase in stipends for the regional councillors, the Tushau and deputy Tushau, and I do the calculation, sir, last year the sum of money that was left for the regional chairman and councillors of the RDC amounted to somewhere around $15 million. This year, when a similar calculation was done, the amount that is left for the chairman and councillors of the RDC is $13 million, a decrease. Can the Honorable Minister explain why is it that they have decreased Region 4 when in comparison to Regions 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9 were all increased substantially?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing on the hand in this. They have more Amerindian villages in Region 1. There are more Amerindian villages in Region 7, in Region 8, in Region 9. So naturally, you will find stipends, the stipend going to those areas. The President did make a commitment to increase the stipend for 2 shows, and it is catered for in Region 4. There is only one Amerindian village in Region 4, actually, where the Deputy Speaker is from. The Deputy to show stipend has also increased. We are covering, there are 33 current councillors that are being paid the increased stipend of 30,000.
Maybe I should ask
The
Anna.
chair and the vice chair get paid from the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, the ministry's budget, expenses specific to agency. So I don't, I mean, it's basic mathematics, not arithmetic, that can clarify the questions of Honorable Mahipal.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Mr. Chairman, the same line item. Sir, I have catered for all of those increases to pay the councillors of the RDC, which moved from $10,000 to $30,000, and also the Tushaus increase and the deputy Tushaus increase. And I've done it across all the regions. And when you do the breakdown, sir, regions 4, 7, and 10, the amount of money that is left for the chairman and vice and councillors to utilize within 6211 in their respective regions have reduced, whilst for the other regions, that is regions 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9 have increased. And I've said to you, sir, that the decrease for Region 4 is from $15 million or thereabout to $13 million. So whilst every other line item sees an increase to spend, Region 4 RDC councillors have seen a decrease, which means that their activities are now limited in terms of going out to reach with communities, to do consultation and all the other items that fall under their program. My question, sir, is simple. Why is there a decrease for Regions 4? And I will ask the same for 7 and 10 when we get there.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Member Mahipal started his epistle with a caveat that this is the chairman's budget.
I said chairman and councillors.
Chairman and councillor's budget. For the record of
Line
the
item,
people
chairman
of
and
Region
councillors,
4
line item.
and for the members of the opposition, the chairman of Region 4, the chairman of Region 7, the chairman of Region 10, and the chairs of the other regions, they have all signed off this budget. Expenses specific to agency, being the regional chair and councillor's budget, they come up with the activities that have to be pursued under 6211. So I cannot, if the chairman doesn't want to increase the budget that they're requesting, then you can't blame me if the PNC related chair of Region 4, 7, and 10 didn't ask for more money. Maybe what they've,
asked for more.
I don't know what they've asked for. I know, Mr. Chairman, what the budget is. And that is what I can deal with. I can't deal with the whims of anyone else, Mr. Chairman. And one of the things that I would like the public to know, Mr. Chairman, is that because we have to be more accountable for the taxpayers' money, the 6211 across all 10 regions, they will now have to provide reports of their visits so that we can make sure that they are spending the money according to what they promise the taxpayers. So when they go to community meetings, they must show us reports that they visited these communities. This is not for them to quote unquote palaver around the place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, I leave the public to judge what just happened.
Honorable members,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
now.
don't I have a don't I have a right to reply? But if the honorable member makes a statement, I'm also allowed to make a statement.
Honorable Minister, you have a right to make a statement too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to conform to this House, Mr. Chairman, the Committee of Supply, and to all those who are following what is happening. The chairs of Region 4, 7, and 10, those chairs come from the APNU AFC. And if they have not requested additional resources to conduct their work, then how would we be able to grant them if they are in control of this budget item?
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, page 537, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2506800. It speaks to provision for furniture and equipment. And if it pleases the honorable member, I'll be grateful if you can provide this house with the office that will be furnished with furniture and equipment from this line item. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, if it pleases you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will upgrade the security camera system at the Triumph office. A biometric system will be in place for timekeeping purposes so that we can have more discipline in the workforce. At Triumph, we will also purchase computers for the Triumph office and office desks for the Triumph office.
Thank you, Minister. You are very pleased, I see. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 741, Regional Administration and Finance, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 368 and 69. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 742, Agriculture, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Line item 6251, maintenance of roads. I see there is an allotted sum of 50 million. I was trying to figure out which roads they plan to maintain. Can the Honorable Minister give me that information?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there are many farm-to-market roads, and so far, we've been able to identify Huntley Cane Grove, sectional repairs to the farm-to-market road along Agriculture Road, that's in Monrepo, and resurfacing of a farm-to-market road at Betavawakting. Just to let you know, Mr. Chairman, this road at Betavawakting, I had spoken in my speech the debate, sorry, about $500 million spent by the last government in Betavawakting. And at the community meeting, the residents claimed that they didn't have access to the lands where that 500 million was spent. As a matter of fact, they have no evidence it was properly spent. And so we now have to upgrade the road, well, not upgrade, but to resurface the road to make sure that they have easier and better access to their farmlands in BV.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sorry, follow up on the very
Go ahead,
question.
honorable member.
The honorable member would have given us 3 roads, there being Huntley and King Grove, Monrepose, and Bedford-Wacton. Can the honorable member give us a breakdown as to the costing per road?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, these are estimated quantity figures, and I guess when the actual procurement process is pursued, we will get the exact cost. But for Huntley Cane Grove, the engineers have estimated it will be at least, or not more than $6 million. Sorry. Monrepo, it will not be more than 4 million, and at BV, it will not be more than 5 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Nima Flobes.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Under the same line item, I want to turn the minister's attention to volume 2, with the profile that you have here. Number 8, it says scheme of farm to market roads prepared. And I see they have a target of 13. Does this refer to what you're speaking to here about this 50 million?
Honorable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I be guided again on the question, please?
Honorable member, can you repeat?
In volume 2, under your profile, the indicators. Yeah.
Yes.
I hear you. All right. 330. So I just want
Just check back. 330.
Yes, 330.
Okay. I'm at page 368.
I was making reference to what I saw in volume 2. Volume 2.
Volume 2.
Yes. Yes. Program Agriculture 742. And the indicators, there are some 1 to 9 listed here.
Agriculture Region 4.
Yes, I remember. Yes, it is. Unless there are a number of work sites inspected and stuff like that. The performance indicators in the book. Would you like me to repeat the question? Okay.
No, I have an answer for you. So.
Go ahead, honorable member. You're on the right track.
Thank you. Well, the minister just alluded that I'm not bright, so I don't know what I should say to him now. So following on, number 8 in the indicators, I see there's cab of farm to market roads prepared, and I see a number 13 projected there. So I'm asking if this will be covered under the same like item of 6251.
Mr. Chairman, when you're preparing the budget, so you have to establish targets. And the target was 13 kilometers. Unfortunately, or for the purposes of this budget, some of these activities will be pursued, or roads, farm to market, construction, by other agencies of the government. So for the purposes of this program in Region 4, these 3 roads will be constructed, or will be maintained, sorry. Whilst other agencies will do the balance to meet the 13.
Honorable member?
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6284. I note that there's a decrease, sharp decrease in the sum. And so I'd like the Honorable Minister to say what activities will be covered under this order with this sum.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this occurred because 14 sluice attendants are now placed on the 6116. So they move from this line item, and their salaries will be paid on the 6116.
All right, so,
Thank you, Minister.
Comrade Chair,
Honorable member, go ahead.
thank you. Well, I was coming to 6116 because when I look at the legend you have here, staffing detail, I see there is 19 less contracted employees, 19 more added, sorry. And I was wondering, what are the designation of these people? So you're saying the sluice attendants would be the persons going over there? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. I am confirming that they are all sluice attendants who will be paid under this line.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 742 Agriculture current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, we turn to page 537, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 742 Agriculture capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I look at the project code 1701200, and I see there's provision for revetment and sluices. And when I check the volume 3, I see it's listed construction sluices at Friendship and Hurstily and revetment at Sluice Dyke. Can the Honorable Minister say what each of these projects will cost?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The region has under its management 52 sluices, 38 on the East Bank, 14 on the East Coast, and 6 pumps. In addition, a steel door will be constructed at Friendship, and it is 15 feet long by 8 feet wide. It's 13 plus million. A timber sluice door at South Hurstelling, 15 feet long by 14 feet wide, approximately $9 million. And these are estimated costs. It can cost less when it is tendered out. Construction of timber revetment at Negakine Sluice Dyke, and it'll be again 220 feet by 15 feet high, 220 feet long by 15 feet high. an estimated cost of 13.8 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 742, agriculture, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The estimate now stands part of the item now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to 370 and 71. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 743, public works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6116, contracted employees. I see there's almost, you say 90% increase. And when I look at the legend, I notice that there are 2 added contracted employees. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the designation and emoluments for the 2 added employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there's an engineer and an overseer in the Public Works Department. The overseer salary is 103,364, and the engineer salary is 256,371.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6242. I know there is a decrease in that sum. Can the Honorable Minister say which building or buildings will be maintained with this allotted sum?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It'll be the office building at Triumph and repairs to roof, defective staircase, the plumbing system, as well as sectional painting of a wooden building at the Triumph as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Flubes.
Under the same line item, I'd like to turn the Honorable Minister to the volume 2 on the Public Works, page 332. Your indicators, you have here a 3.1 number of buildings maintained. We had 90 in 2022, and now we're looking at 2. So you just gave 1 building. So which is the other building that will be maintained?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one is where the Public Works area of the admin building, and also where the former regional chair, the building where the former regional chair used to reside. That estimated cost is 3.5 million, and the office building at Triumph would be just 1.5 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Same volume 2. The indicator number 3, number of roads, rails, bridges, and building maintained. And I see we moved from 121 last year to a projected 41. Public Works, we're dealing with the same volume 2.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure which line item I'm being interrogated on.
Honorable member, please repeat.
I'm still talking about 6251, 6252, and 6253. 53, if I'm correct. Yes. But I'm referring to the volume 2 here, where you have your indicators. And you say at number 3, number of roads, rails, bridges, and building maintained is expected to be 4 to 1. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the total number of bridges? What is the total number of rails, the total number of roads and building that you're referring to, that we gave you this 4 to 1?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6251 and 6252, there's zero allocation for 6253. So I would be unable to respond to 6253. In terms of 6251, repairs to 2nd Street, Lachman Singh, Lusiknan, Waterside Street, Cane Grove, Friendship Road, East Bank, East Coast, sorry, Unity Lancaster, Moss Street, repairs to Paul's Lane at BV, Forest Cross Street at Enmore Hope School, repairs to East-West East-West Street, Annandale, Sanreef, Monrepo North, 3rd Cross Street, repairs to 2nd Cross Street, Nonpareil, repairs to Middle Street, Pleasance, and repairs to Cross Street at New Hope Scheme, East Bank, repairs to Forest Cross Street, Ivan Road at Susdike, the Cross Street at Voorzirktig Height, East Coast, Demerara, that's in Maheka, Nile Street in Grove, and Harry Avenue in Friendship. On 6252, repairs to 2nd Street, 2nd Bridge, north to south, this is on Grove, East Bank. Repairs to east to west sidelines connecting bridge at Moravian Street in Victoria. Repairs to bridge leading to Enmore Hope Primary. Repairs to the vehicular bridge. Vehicular bridge along Church Street in Bachelor's Adventure. Ramos Street in Pleasance. And Timber Bridge at Market Street in Better Hope. A bridge in Mahika Market, sorry, contiguous to the Mahika Market. Repairs to 2nd Bridge at 2nd Cross Street, Nabaklis. Repairs to Footpath Bridge at Anns Grove. And repairs to Timber Bridge at Land of Canaan. So I hope that clarifies your question.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. I know I asked for the total number and not the listing, but I would be happy if the minister can be kind enough to lay over the listing to me, to the Honorable House. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, line item 6302, training in student scholarship. I note that there is a sum of $252,000, and I would just like to know from the Honorable Minister how many persons or if it's one person that will benefit from this meager sum.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there is continuous training across the government, and in this case, 7 persons will be attending a 5-week training program on risk management.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 743, Public Works current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 537 And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 743, Public Works, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under 1400700, I recognize here in volume 3, 9 roads to be constructed and or upgrade. And so, if the Honorable Minister is kind to provide the Honorable House with the number of roads to be constructed and the number of roads to be upgraded.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, would you permit me to sit for a moment and
Honor-
answer? Would you permit me to sit for a bit and
Yes,
answer?
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are constructing the main access. There are a few roads. There's 7 roads actually. So we were not able to get all 9. However, if there are savings, we'll be able to have an inclusion and have more roads constructed. And there are 3 to be upgraded and 4 to be constructed.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I trust that during my budget presentation, I made mention of the deplorable roads in the backlist. And I heard the minister mention just now, if there is savings, and I want to implore on this house that some consideration be given to the village of Nabaklis to get those roads repaired, Mr. Speaker, Comrade Chairman. Some consideration to be given to Nabaklis.
So the question is, would the minister consider putting the Bacalus roads as a priority if there's savings? I have to put a question, but if it's going to be a statement, I'll ask the minister to respond. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Minister Edgell spoke about it recently. We have been able to pick up over 4,000 roads on a study commission by the Vice President. Roads that need to be upgraded, reconstructed, and in some cases constructed. So we have indicated through Public Works, Housing, and Local Government and the regions the roads that we are currently doing. And naturally, if there are savings, we would look at the priorities and ensure that we allocate to those areas. I would also like to say with equal vigor, Mr. Chairman, that last year, through the request of residents of Newtonsville, we were able to get one of the roads in Newtonsville constructed. And I think Honorable Member Philadelphia visited when I had that meeting. The NDC chair, was aware. The NDC chair visited with me as well. And I will speak to the NDC to find out on their priorities within the area. But naturally, I know that Nabaklis has roads that need repair. We can also look at some of these through the maintenance program. But I can tell you, the areas that we're building roads now that I've identified, they've never had roads. In these 7 areas, they've never had roads. So people basically, it's either sand or mud. So that is where the priority is. But we would be willing to look at all other areas. I want to commit to, on behalf of the government, that all of the roads we will be reconstructing and upgrading to the extent that on an instruction of His Excellency, all roads will be done in asphaltic concrete or reinforced concrete. So it will have a much longer life.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 743, Public Works, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I invite you to turn to page 7372 and 73. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 744 education delivery current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6116 contracted employees. In 2022, we had 3 staff. But in 2023, it's now 425. Can the Honorable Minister explain to us what may have given rise to this increase? 1, and 2, if we can be provided with the job specification of the top 5 personnel.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, on a commitment of President Ali to institutionalize the employment arrangements of our sweeper cleaners, they are now being employed under 6116 contracted employees. So 420 sweeper cleaners and 2 laborers are added to this contract list. So that is how we end up at 425.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that after so many years of us advocating for our sweeper cleaners to be treated differently, they are now placed, given different salary sum. However, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I was recently informed on Mondays that sweeper cleaners will be going back to recent days where they will be paid bi-monthly. Can the Honorable Minister explain to us if that is so or not?
Honorable Minister, bi-monthly.
Mr. Chairman, I don't operate on the, we're on a serious government, Mr. Chairman. And as minister, I don't operate on hearsay. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member was also the NDC chair of Hazelton Grove, where Nabaklis is, for many years, and never got the Nabaklis roads fixed, never got the Victoria roads fixed, never fixed the Golden Grove Road, where I went to school. I went to Golden Grove to help fix the roads in Golden Grove under Irfan Ali's government, the president. I've went to Lowlands, they didn't fix the road. I've went to Newtonville, they didn't fix the road. I went to Clonbrook, they didn't fix the road, Mr. Chairman. So, and that honorable member served for many years as a councillor and as the chair of the NDC of that area. So how can we countenance now that after so many years, President Ali made a commitment to these poor people, he's honoring that commitment. How suddenly you have a problem with him paying sweeper cleaners as contracted employees?
Honorable member,
Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Philadelphia.
I think the honorable member has a problem with comprehending. What I said, Mr. Chair, I was recently informed that while the president would have placed them on this establishment, they are now gone back to being paid bi-monthly. I would have subsequently asked if the honorable member can say to us if that is true or not. And so, Mr. Chair, I will move on.
You've asked a question pertinent to the
because he
head.
has a difficulty
Honorable
responding.
Minister,
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
the Honorable Minister of Finance would have clarified the policy issues.
as indicated by my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, pursuant to a commitment given by His Excellency the President upon assuming office, the vexing issue of payment of sweeper cleaners was finally addressed, an issue which incidentally eluded the attentions of the APNU AFC government for 5 years. And it is a matter of historic fact that the APNU AFC spent 5 years in government and did not resolve this matter. That is an indisputable historic fact. Upon assuming office, sir, President Ali said that we will resolve this issue, which we did. We have therefore, sir, issued the necessary instructions for sweeper cleaners to be brought up to the public service minimum wage, added to the pay. Sir, they had 5 years in government and did nothing at all. They spent 5 years in government and did nothing at all, including failing to address this matter.
Speaker, this can't be clarification. This is a speech now.
May I, sir, continue?
This is a speech now.
May I continue, sir, to say?
Continue making
Honorable Chief Whip, are you standing on a point of order?
Yes, I am, sir.
Tell me what it is.
The honorable minister is supposed to be providing clarity. He's doing a political speech now.
And that's what he is doing, Honorable Minister, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Happily so. So we have issued the necessary instructions for all school sweeper cleaners, subject to the guidelines regarding number of sweeper cleaners per school, depending on the size of school, etc., to be brought up to the public service minimum wage and to be added to the government payroll. That process, sir, is currently being implemented. That instruction has been issued, and it is being implemented. It has, in fact, come to my attention, sir, that there are some cases where apparently sweeper cleaners have not, that process has not been completed for some sweeper cleaners, including for reasons, sir, I'm offering a clarification. If the members are interested in hearing
I am, and speak to me.
Very, very good, sir. So it has recently been brought to my attention and the attention of the cabinet that there are instances where, for example, sweeper cleaners might not previously have been registered for NIS, so they don't have an NIS number, or they don't have a TIN number. So those administrative details have to be addressed in order to bring them properly on the payroll. But the government's instruction is that they all be brought on the payroll and be paid no less than the minimum wage that is currently applicable to public servants. Any rumor to the contrary, sir, I would venture to speculate, must be a rumor being circulated at the behest of perhaps a wicked APNU informant.
Okay, wicked is unparliamentary.
I withdraw, sir. I withdraw. A mischievous.
Thank you, Honorable Minister
Very well,
of Finance.
sir.
So this process of bringing them online may have missed a few of them based on some administrative issues, and the work continues to bring everyone online.
Sir, I wouldn't say that we've missed a few of them. I would say that while they regularize issues like getting their NIS number or their TIN number, etc., in those instances, they might not have been completed as yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that policy clarification and the issue with respect to implementation of the policy. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sweeper cleaners were being paid prior to 2015, $22,000 per month. Under the APNUAFC, their salaries would have gone all the way up to $58,000 and more, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and they would have received bonus at the end of December under APNUAFC. And so when the Finance Minister and the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development got to stand there to say APNUAFC did nothing, oh my gosh. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to 6284.
Honorable Member, normally when there is an issue which adversely affects a government person can invoke a certain standing order for right of reply. But not to carry this on both sides, I will now allow you to proceed rather than invite a comment on your comment to your next question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6284. You need a rest. You need a rest. Mr. Chair, 6284. 2022, there was an allotted sum of 236,957. In 2023, it's now an allotted sum of 134,923. Can the Honorable Minister be kind to explain to us what may have given cause to this drastic decrease?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, again, last year the sweeper cleaners were paid from this head, so a lot of the resources have now gone to contracted employees. So that is why there is such a significant decrease.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 744, Education Delivery, Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, please turn to page 537. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 744, Education Delivery, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1203300, it says provision for schools, educational facilities, and payment of retention. And that is basically 3 areas. Can the Honorable Minister give us a breakdown as to what will be happening under each one of these areas and the schools that will be benefiting thereof?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to stand up for this one. The new wing at Diamond Secondary, that is a retention. Sorry, a rollover. We will be constructing, I wish to announce, that we will be constructing a new school at Swan, a nursery school this time. We did a primary school, and the children of Swan along the Linden-Susdike Highway will get a new nursery school. We will do general rehabilitation of Covent Garden Primary, reconstruction of Providence Nursery School, a 2-flat concrete building, reconstruction of Annandale North Nursery School, a flat concrete building, reconstruction of Diamond Special Needs, a flat concrete building, general rehab to Lusignan Primary, general rehabilitation of Kurukururu Primary Annex and Main Building, and that school has right now 1,242 learners. General rehabilitation of Covent Garden Secondary, extension of the Swan Primary School already. Since we built the school, more children are now coming to the school, so we have to extend the school. The school we had built before catered for 90 learners. There are now 169 pupils, and we have to do an extension to the primary school. We are also constructing a bridge, and the honorable member would like to hear this. The eastern entrance along Victoria Sideline Dam to the Swami Primary School. Oh, some of them don't know where this is on the East Coast. I know the East Coast very well. Construction of a new school. Again, new school. Nonpareil Nursery School. They will have a new school, those kids. General rehab of Grove Primary. And the construction of a trestle at Diamond Grove Primary as well. So those are the buildings that are catered for in this line item.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy for the information provided by the minister, but I would want to say and ask, once there are savings, if Straspen Nursery School can be given some attention. That school was provided with a new building. However, the learners from that institution gain access through the primary compound. And sometimes it can be real disgusting. And so if that school can be provided with their own walkway. In addition, there needs to be lifting in some areas because there's flooding. And as I'm on my feet, there seemed to be some amount of electrical issue at Triumph Nursery School. So I see my Redo is here, and I trust that some attention can be given to these two institutions.
If there are savings, as you said, Honorable Minister, can you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the radio is doing a fantastic job in Region 4 currently. If there are savings, we will do many things. There are a number of things that the honorable member raised as well that are currently covered under the current program of the region. So some of those things will be looked at under the current program as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Philadelphia.
Sorry.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 744, Education Delivery Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 374 and 75. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 745 Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flobes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6113. I noticed in the staffing details that we have 4 less employees. So I'd like the Honorable Minister to say what skill set have we lost from the 4 persons that are not there anymore?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've 2 midwives, a medical laboratory technician, and a community health worker.
Thank you, Minister.
Were these employees attached to a specific health institution in the region? And if so, please name the institutions that they were attached to.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The CHW is from Plaisance, the medical lab tech from Diamond, and the midwives from Timeri and Susdek.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Bess.
Can the Honorable Minister say how the institutions are functioning currently without these skill sets? And do you have plans in place to replace these skills?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we have made tremendous strides in the health sector in the last 2.5 years. From a point of massive shortage of drugs and medical supplies to practically every institution in every part of the country with adequate drugs and medical supplies at any given time. We've always the issue of professional skilled staff is a concern. We have embarked on a number of training programs across all 10 regions to ensure that we are able to have optimum services provided. And again, like I said earlier, if you know of people who would like to get trained in health, then please bring them to our attention, and we would facilitate their training. In Region 4, there are some massive hospitals that are currently being pursued. One at Diamond, the Minister of Health spoke about it. One at Enmore, 2 regional hospitals, and the maternity and pediatric hospital, which would be a 5-star hospital, basically, of international standard. So we would need a lot more trained medical professionals, and I would encourage you to nominate some of these people so we can train them.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair, and thank you, Minister. I surely will recommend some persons to you. Moving on to 6115, I noticed that we have lost 12 employees under here, and I would like to know what skill set we would have lost there.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have had 3 pharmacy assistants, 2 environmental health assistants, 3 porters, 2 health center attendants, and 1 vehicle driver.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flubes.
Well, noting from line item, thank you, Mr. Chair. Noting from line item 6112, senior technical, we had 1 less. 6113, we have 4 less. 6114, we have 7 less. 6115, 12. 6116, contracted employees, we have a -5, and temporary employees, we have a -5. Can the Honorable Minister say how this decrease in staff is impacting the health care services offered to the Region 4 residents?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like I said earlier, in response to the earlier question, that we are working assiduously to make sure that all of our facilities have the full staff strength. Unfortunately, this is not the case. So the current staff that we have on roll, I would like to, on behalf of the government, commend them for the tremendous work that they are currently doing, the sacrifices that they are making on behalf of their families to get to work and to make sure that all of us are safe and healthy. Also, to state that we have done some administrative maneuverings to make sure that none of the facilities that we have, that they are understaffed, or at any point in time, there is no staff. So we are trying under these circumstances, and as we intensify the training program, we are looking forward to more professionals on board to join the health sector.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Member, Ms.
Thank you,
Flubes.
Comma Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that update. I'd like you to know that I usually use the services to see what is being offered, and I can that I require I didn't get. So I will.
I hope it's not Petrin.
Wait, I'm coming back to you. Just allow me to speak. You will speak after. I will use the opportunity that you have offered to keep you updated with what is happening in that sector as I travel along the East Bank corridor. So, seeing that you have said, nicely that you really appreciate the staff, which we do, I really appreciate the services offered by the healthcare providers. They try their best. I would like to turn your attention to line item 6292, dietary. Now, I looked at the increase given, and when I check all the regions, some regions got an increase as much as 9 million, 2 million, 15 million coming down under that line item. I've checked all of them. And when I came to Region 4, sadly, Minister, I see there's a meager increase of $27,000 for dietary for our healthcare providers who we love so much. Can the Honorable Minister say what this $27,000 will cover? That is a lot in here.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would just, in the case of the honorable member, could I ask, because the honorable member said that the drug that she requires, she's not being provided, other than petidine or prescription drugs, what other drug is it that you're referring to? So I can help you to secure the drugs that you are so desirous of receiving. That's one. And two, but the honorable member said, as though casting shadow on the health sector in Region 4, that the drug that she requires, she doesn't receive. And secondly, we are providing meals to Long Creek Maternal Waiting Home. These are meals for the mothers. We are providing meals, inpatient meals at the East Bank Regional Hospital and at the COVID isolation unit. We are also providing drinking water for 180,000 patients who visit all of the 33 facilities within Region 4. And we are also providing dietary support to 490 health staff working across the facilities of Region 4.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Bess.
And Mr. Chairman, it is not true that it is only 27,000 in the sense that it is 27,000 Guyana dollars. But what the honorable member has failed to realize that in the last government, their focus was on dietary. They killed a sugar industry because of dietary. The money they spent on food per year between 2015 to 2020 could have saved Wales Estate 5 times.
Honorable Member,
Saved
Honorable Minister,
thousands of
please
jobs.
let us stick to the head before us. Honorable Member Ms. Bess.
Thank you, Comrade Chair, and thank you, Minister, for trying to attempt to answer my question. It's very direct. You could take a calculator for me and take minus 40 million minus $13,973,000 and tell me what's the difference you got. So if you get more, then I accept that I'm wrong. But that's the calculation I did. So I don't know if you did a different calculation to me.
It doesn't seem
And
like
based on your answer, Minister, was there a new area added that will be receiving this dietary supplements? Because I was listening to the list that you gave. So I was wondering if there was a new area added to that list from last year.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why we quibbling over which. I don't understand the question, Mr. Chairman. If there is a new area added, we have a budget of 14 million, and these are the areas where the monies will be spent for pregnant mothers at Long Creek. So, and for patients at the East Demerara Hospital and the COVID-19 isolation unit. So I've been very clear. And for patients as well as staff in some instances. But Mr. Chairman, may I hasten to add as well that it was President Ali. President Ali, again, a commitment he made to the health professionals, readjusted their salaries, and now they are earning much more than they were earning last year, but especially during 2015 to 2020. It was President Ali who readjusted their salaries. An upward readjustment across all the salary scales.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Chair. At least I did not receive a substantial answer, so I'll move on. When I look at line items 6282, equipment maintenance, if my calculation is right, I see there's an increase of $1,000. Cleaning and examination services, I see there's an increase of $1,000. And on the other, I see there's an increase of $32,000. I don't know if my math is correct, but I would allow the Honorable Minister there to do his calculation and just tell me if I'm correct. Based on my investigations on the other regions and the increase I've seen across, I would like to know why is this minimal increase given for this area? Are you saying that all equipment in Region 4 are functioning effectively and they do not require any extra monies and all of that? Just need to know.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, all that being said, Region 4 still, this is the biggest budget Region 4 ever received since Region 4 is receiving budget. This is the biggest budget. Last year was bigger than 2021, 2021 was bigger than 2020, and 2020 was, so the PPPC has always been providing greater support to all the regions, including Region 5 as well, that we'll find out about just now. Mr. Chairman, equipment maintenance is an ongoing thing, and if the region budget this amount and they're comfortable using this amount, I know when I took over as Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, we inherited a regional system where every week I was being called to find out if they can proceed to spend $600,000 on electrical repairs at health centers, at health posts. We're not wasting money anymore, Mr. Chairman. The taxpayers' money, shrewdly spent, transparently, and in an accountable way.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flubes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Minister, thank you for trying to find an answer which does not give clarity to my question that I asked. So I would also like the Honorable Minister to note that what you just said in your statement is that if all the other regions got added money, except Region 4, which got $1,000 for equipment maintenance, and that is wasting money. I'm taking note of that. That's it. I move on.
Should I give the Minister the right of reply?
Yes.
Honorable Minister, I'll give you a few seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because Region 4 is also almost contiguous to the Georgetown Public Hospital and to the Ministry of Health, the head office, they are also contributing to a lot of the equipment maintenance. Economies of scale, and so we don't have to be spending money wantonly, doing the same thing, paying for the same thing more than once, as used to happen between 2015 to 2020. And we have also constructed many of our own buildings. We have done a lot of repair work in the last 2.5 years, and so you wouldn't find the need to expend so much as used to be done before.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 745, Health Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to page 537, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 745 Health Services Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Committee Chair. I see line item 1203500, buildings, health, and provision for health facilities. I noted in the volume 3, a number of areas were listed: Health Center for Monrepo, in Swan, living quarters at Long Creek Health Center, extension to Diamond Diagnostic Hospital, and upgrade of electrical in Haruni, and health centers at a number of places. Could I ask the Honorable Minister, what will be the cost for the provision of health centers at these different locations? King Grove, St. Cuthbert's Mission, and Kurukuru.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the purposes of the public, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to announce that we are going to be building a new health center in Monrepo. We will also be constructing a health post, new again, Swan on the Soosdijk-Linden Highway. We'll be constructing a culvert shed and concreting of the yard at the New Diamond Smart Health Center to make the amenities more pristine. We'll be rehabilitating living quarters at Long Creek Health Center for staff. We'll be extending and enclosing the East Demerara Regional Hospital patient waiting area, again to improve the triage services and to accommodate more people. Upgrade the electrical wiring at Herstelling Health Center. Remodel the lower flat of the Golden Grove Health Center. Enclosing the Grove Health Center waiting area. Extending and upgrading the pharmacy at Timeri Health Center. Construction of an annex room for dental services at Kururu. Construction of an annex room for dental services at Melanie. Upgrade of solar power wiring to accommodate GPL at Haruni. Remodel the living quarters at Cane Grove, and remodel front of the St. Cuthbert's Health Center.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Flobes.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Project code 2503700, furniture and equipment, health. I see all they have the description, furniture and equipment. It didn't say where or which facility will be benefiting from this. Can the Honorable Minister say which health facility or facilities will be benefiting from this?
As part of our
Honorable
commitment,
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, to again make sure that our health services are provided and accessible to every single Guyanese. In Region 4, we are making the effort to make sure that all of our health facilities have some very basic equipment at the least. So a lot of the equipment that will be procured would be distributed across different health centers or health facilities in Region 4.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 745 Health Services Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Honorable Minister and the staff of Region 4 for taking us through agency number 74. And at this time, we're going to ask for the staff of Region 5 to get in place, and Minister is going to be back temporarily, and it gives us a chance to switch the chair. Invite the honorable member to take the chair on my behalf.
Honorable Minister, can we proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But it's getting kind of cold though. So.
All right, we'll adjust accordingly. Mr. Clark. Honorable members, we'll move on to Agency 7575, Region number 5, Mahaika Borbis. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75. First, let me direct your attention to pages 380 to 381, 380 and 381 for Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance. Current expenditure, and I propose that the sum stated form part of the estimate. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister, line item 6264. Could the Honorable Minister, could the Honorable Minister say what is the total number of vehicles attached to the fleet at the RDC administration?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you permit me to sit, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. It was a
We
long
have
day. Is a long.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 vehicles, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Vince Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just confirming that the Honorable Minister said 7.
That is correct.
Good. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state how many of these vehicles were involved in an accident during the year 2022 and current 2023?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I am here to respond to 2023, and I'm not here to respond to which vehicles. If the honorable member would like to know by registration number which vehicles were involved in an accident, then the honorable member knows the process, write to the National Assembly, and we'd have the answer provided.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr.
Vince
Chair.
Roy.
Mr. Chair, am I to understand that according to the revised sum of 2022, questions cannot be asked or should not be asked based on the revised sum?
Questions can be asked based on the line item.
The line item
That is
on the revised sum. So that is the question to the Honorable Minister.
And the Minister has given an answer. Sometimes we might not like the answer, but we can only ask the Minister to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let's move on. Could the Honorable Minister say whether any of these vehicles are presently inoperable?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there is currently one vehicle that is inoperable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Go ahead, Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state that vehicle number and the period or the duration it has been inoperable for?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have the vehicle number that was involved in the accident, or as the honorable member is saying, or has been inoperable, and for how long. I do not have that at this point in time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you have another question?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to be clarified. I never state that the vehicle that is inoperable was inoperable due to an accident. I asked, I never stated that. But Mrs. Chair, let me move on. Could the honorable, could the honorable member state whether vehicle number PRR 7765 is attached to Region Number 5 administration?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have the numbers of the vehicles in front of me, and if the honorable member would be desirous, I can make it available.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Vince Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6311, could the Honorable Minister state whether payments were made last year for rates and taxes, and what is the, if not, what is the arrears for rates and taxes to our NDCs throughout the region for the regional administration buildings? Definitely, you don't hear that.
Okay, let's allow the Minister, please. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, in response to the question raised by the honorable member, there are no arrears of rates and taxes. I would venture to think that the honorable member probably has information that I do not have, but what I could tell you is that the NDC area that this honorable member populate create a lot of controversy in many of the NDC areas by misinformation even right here in the speech, the debate speech in this parliament, misinformation, disbelieving information. One time he even mentioned that a school compound was not wet for a long time. The head teacher had to take a picture and send it to us that there is no such truth to what the honorable member said. So no, I cannot be all right if an honorable member in the House, though representing AP and UFC, provides misleading information to the public that creates mischief in many of the NDCs, in public buildings in Region 5. No, that is not how we govern. That is not how a country is run.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, we have any more questions for this program? If not, I put the question that is sum stated for Agency 75, Program 751, Current Expenditure, Regional Administration and Finance stands part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Can we go to page 538? Agency 75, Capital Expenditure Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance. I propose that the sum stated form part of the estimate. I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Capital Expenditure Program 751, Regional Administration and Finance, form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Pages 382, 383, Agency 75, Program 752, Current Expenditure, Agriculture. I propose that the sum stated form part of the estimate. I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Program 752, Current Expenditure, Agriculture, form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Let me direct members' attention to page 538, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Program 752, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimate. Honorable Member Vince Roy.
Mr. Chair, profile code 342, reference there for construction of farm to market roads at Dundee, Blairmont, and number 12. I just want to ask one question here, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state whether the farm to market road Golden Grove sideline dam would be completed under this program?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we are going to be doing a number of farm to market roads, and in some cases, other agencies are also pursuing them. Some of these roads will also be converted or upgraded to asphaltic concrete in some areas. So the honorable member can drive his vehicle on any one of these roads. I wonder, Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member, as I answer the question about vehicle and roads, whether the honorable member is jealous that his colleague from Region 10 collected a vehicle, it is not serious, honorable member, collected a vehicle belonging to the Office of the Prime Minister, PMM 9775, that was transferred from the last government to a member of the opposition, a member of parliament of the opposition from Region 10. And it is not the Honorable Devin Sears. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, you have any further question for this particular program? Honorable Members, I put the question that the sum stated for Program 75, Program Agency 75, Program 752, Agriculture, Capital Expenditure form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Let me direct members' attention to pages 384, 385, Agency 75, Program 753, Current Expenditure, and I propose that the sum stated form part of the estimate. Honorable Member Vincroy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6254, maintenance of sea and river defenses. Could the Honorable Minister kindly provide the nation with information as to whether the sluice at Blaymont Number 1 settlement or the Cocorado and that at Ithaca will be rehabilitated during this?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, recapping of CDAM, Blairmont Number 1 to Ithaca, the drainage sluice, and repairs a section of the revetment at Bayabu. They're covered under this line item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Program 753, Public Works, Current Expenditure, form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. We move on to page 538, Capital Expenditure. I propose that the sum stated for Agency 75, Program 753, Public Works, form part of the estimate. Capital Expenditure. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75, Program 753, Capital Expenditure, Public Works, form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Directing members' attention now to pages 386 and 387. I propose that the sum stated for Agency 75, Current Expenditure, Program 754, Education Delivery, forms part of the estimate. Honorable Member Vincroy.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Could the Honorable Minister say what is the current state of the cold storage transport truck that was purchased for the Education Department?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, what line item are we referring to?
We are on to
My
Education
apologies.
Delivery, line item, Honorable Vincent.
6264, my apologies.
Mr. Chairman, I am advised that the REC did not procure a cold storage truck.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to be a bit specific, could the Honorable Minister state whether vehicle number GAC 5975 truck was procured and is in current possession of RDC Education?
Honorable Member, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I've been advised, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Jordan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state what is the present condition of this vehicle and when it was purchased, whether it was a new vehicle or a used vehicle? Yes, sir.
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of the current condition of the vehicle at this point in time, and I'd be unable to update the or inform the honorable member on the current condition of the vehicle.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister help me to understand if vehicle number PVV 1228, PVV 7882 belongs to RDC Region 5 Education Department?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I can endeavor to research and to give the honorable member an answer at some point in time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Member state whether the school buses that we have for transport purposes in Region 5, whether vehicle number PVV 1228 is one of those school buses, and if it is in operation?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I've been advised that the region is not in the inventory of vehicles on the education, that they do not have a vehicle PVV 1228.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
He
Proceed,
didn't answer,
Honorable Member.
sorry, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
He didn't answer PVV 7882.
PVV 7882. Honorable Minister.
So I've been advised that there is a minibus with that registration number.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Just to
Go ahead,
follow
Member.
up, Honorable Chair,
Go
is the vehicle in working condition?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, when I was doing work study at Blairmont Estate, I was a agriculture mechanic. But I have not gone on to do I didn't proceed to train as an auto mechanic. So I didn't do an inspection of the vehicle to know its present mechanical condition. Sorry.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state how many school buses does the region have and what are the areas of service for these buses and the time of pickup?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ithaca and I've had the honor of meeting the staff who work in the regional administration, including the education department. So and they indicated to me there is a bus that works from Ithaca to Bushlot, a bus that works from beyond Bushlot to Belladrum towards the Abara River, and from Maikoni to Baijival.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
So,
Honorable Member Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I to conclude that the region presently has 3 school buses?
Well, you might conclude that, Mr. Honorable Member.
Mr. Chairman, I can't. I'm a minister of government. I don't make the same conclusions as opposition.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for agency 75, current expenditure program 754, education delivery forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Page 538, agency 75, capital expenditure program 754, education delivery, I propose that the sum stated form part of the estimate. I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75 Capital Expenditure Program 754 Education Delivery forms part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I direct members' attention now to pages 388, 389, and I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75 Current Expenditure Program 755 Health Services form part of the estimate. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister state what is the present condition of vehicle number PWW 4348, which was purchased only a few years ago?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if the honorable member is a vehicle. Because the honorable member is so concerned about the vehicles of Region 5, and we have such a massive budget, the honorable member did not ask a question on public works and on agriculture, not even the capital program of education, where we deal with our school children. I shudder to think what quality of service this honorable member provides to the people of Region 5. Or perhaps, indeed, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member has vested interest in the repairs of these vehicles. But I don't know what line item the honorable member is referring to.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan, you would like to quote a line item to support the question you asked?
Honorable Chair, 6264, it is common among all the programs. And whilst I'm on my feet, Mr. Chair, I just want to say that's my final question, and more will be in the ring.
I suspect the Honorable Minister does not wish to answer that. So, Honorable Members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 75 Current Expenditure Program 755 form part of the estimate. Those in favor say aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, honorable members. And we are now at page 538, program 755, Health Services. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimate. So Jordan? No question. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated, you see, when we don't have an opposition to fight, we fight among ourselves. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 755, Health Services. Capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us thank the Honorable Minister and the staff of Regional Administration, Region number 5, for taking us through that agency in such an efficient manner. Honorable members, before we take Region 6, let the Assembly resume. We won't take the Region 6 now. We will take, please bear with me and come back in half an hour. So we'll take a break. and we'll be back in half an hour.